Yeah. Testing, testing. Okay. Yeah. Yes. I think you're ready. Okay. Good evening. We are going to start our meeting, and we are starting it at 5:13 p.m. Okay. I'm going to start with the roll call. Martha,
Present.
Adriana,
Present.
and I'm present. Okay. Public comment on closed session. Okay, no one in the room and no one on Zoom. Closed session is closed. Oh my goodness. Public comment is closed, and now we will recess to closed session at 5:14. All right. 6:24 p.m. Please rise for the flag salute. I believe to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic, and my nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, I had skipped ahead because the report of action taken in closed session and there was no action taken. Now I am going to invite a motion for adoption of the agenda.
I move.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Rick, how do you vote? You're muted.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, our next item is adoption of the consent.
I motion.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, moving on to our next item, which is recognition and presentations. I would like to invite Echo Valley Elementary School up to the podium, please.
Hello.
Good evening.
Hello, esteemed trustees, superintendent, Turkey, and community members. I am Jacob Geil, the principal of the Echo Valley Elementary. I appreciated that.
On plan.
Thanks, Aiden. I appreciate that. All right. So in this presentation, we are constructing our presentation through highlighting community voices while providing a high-level summary of our progress across LCAP 1 through 4. Detailed data is attached on the appendices of the presentation. Next slide, please, in which I have the clicker, so they're not moving. Thanks. Mr. Vonta saves me like a lot of the time, so thank you. During our last presentation in October, I mentioned our comprehensive approach to foundational reading, including data chats and grade level goals. We are starting to see the effects of these efforts. The foundational reading work of our MTSS team, TOSAs, and of course teachers is paying off. In first grade alone, benchmark performance increased from 30% to 60% between fall and winter, a 30-point gain in grade level foundational reading goals. In fourth grade fluency, students meeting benchmark increased from 21% to 43%, which was a 22% gain in this data cycle. In addition to foundational literacy growth, our winter I-Ready diagnostics show strong placement movement. For example, 55% of sixth grade students demonstrated upward growth in reading placement, and 50% of fourth grade students moved up in math placement from fall to winter. We have intentionally aligned our PDSA cycles to rigorous grade level standards and state benchmark assessments. This ensures our instructional decisions are grounded in high expectations, research-based teaching strategies, and meaningful assessment practices. We attribute much of our recent academic growth to the clarity of our PDSA aims, and I'm just going to say our awesome staff and teachers, and these rich data cycles. At the same time, we recognize that we are still growing in the PDSA process itself. Our next step is deepening consistency across our teams, making the cycle not just something we implement, but something we truly own and refine as a part of our culture and instruction. An additional important next step in our LCAP 1 goals is deepening professional learning around ELD practices, curriculum, and language progression to continue to ensure consistent, high-impact support for multilingual learners. Under goals 2 and 3, we are focusing on the expansion of student leadership, arts integration, and family engagement. I am still on slide 3, so we are all good. So good. I'll pause. Pop my towel. I'm joking. Put 10 seconds back on the clock. Shot clock. All right.
Yeah, please.
Under goals 2 and 3, we are focusing on the expansion of student leadership, arts integration, and family engagement opportunities. Also, as seen in Goal 4, we continue to strive to strengthen staff collaboration and campus safety to ensure students learn in a secure, supportive environment. Many of these elements will be discussed in greater detail during our team presentation.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Ms. Cervantes, third grade teacher. So I'll be speaking about Lesson Lab. Lesson Lab is a collaborative professional learning model where teachers design lessons that integrate core academics, the arts with equal rigor. Rather than adding an art activity at the end of a unit, the art becomes a vehicle for deep analysis and critical thinking. Teachers align both academic and art standards, ensuring students do more than just learn content. They research, synthesize, and confidently communicate their understanding through the artistic process with reflection and revision embedded throughout. The model guarantees measurable outcomes in both areas. To show you exactly what this rigor will look like in action, I'll share an example of the upcoming lesson lab Ms. Hernandez, Mr. Patero, and I have prepared for our students. Our students will be engaging in a deep dive into our local history focused on the indigenous tribes of our area, the Esselen, Ohlone, and the Salinan peoples, as well as early explorers and settlers. Through this lesson lab, we intentionally align history, literacy, and theater standards to build a single cohesive unit. This is what it'll look like. First, the students will act as historians. They will research these specific groups, gathering facts and analyzing how individuals contributed to the founding and development of our region. They will even participate in a hot seat question and answer session, which will require them to use logical inferences and textual evidence to understand their historical figures, intentions, and perspectives. Students will then take that research and synthesize it by writing an informative historical monologue. They won't just be listing facts. They will meet core writing standards by organizing their ideas, using proper linking words, developing a strong topic sentence, and providing clear fact-based details. And how arts integration ties in is where the learning will become truly three-dimensional. Students will collaborate to create tableaus, which are frozen, silent, theatrical pictures that capture a specific moment in history. To do this successfully, they will need to understand and apply the theater standards of body language, facial expression, focus, and the use of spatial levels to communicate relationships and story comprehension without saying a word. The final project will feature a visual culmination of these student-created tableaus. Displayed along each tableau will be a QR code where a viewer can scan the code. You will hear the audio recording of the student reciting their monologue, depicting the silent scene before them. This is what Lesson Lab is all about. Our students will be just memorizing local history. They will embody it, write about it with precision, and collaborate as artists to teach it to others. Oh, and then, okay, so student council will come present a presentation that they, Danny will.
Hello, board members, Superintendent Mr. Turkey, and my guest name is Daniela, aka DJ Curly. I'll be giving you some student council updates. First, I will talk about our successful paint and sip night. My role as student council member was assisting with serving food, checking in guests, and providing them with Canva and paint brushes, and sure no one ran out of paint or water. What families did was follow Miss Aguilar's guided painting of a penguin. Families also had a choice to do their own painting, such as a polar bear or a Christmas tree. Family was also able to purchase delicious food, such as pizza, cupcakes, and other yummy treats. Overall, it was the amazing night. Many families and students enjoyed it, and we raised enough money to buy our student council shirts. Another thing student council has done is plan a door decorating contest for February. The theme is kindness. Student council also has been collaborating with Nets Media Club, which you will see in the next slide of one of the videos created. Lastly, student council has been reminding students of our wide expectations during circle, which is dolphins make waves by being respectful, responsible, and safe. Thank you. Hi, board meeting and guests. My name is Castroville Elementary, and it is an honor to speak to you all today. I'm going to discuss the roles that Student Council has with Echo Valley College and Career students. Students Council create a script which was used to call local businesses to see if they were interested in participating in our college and career fair. Additionally, we have been preparing activities to happen throughout Echo Valley College and Career Week. With our career fair taking place on April 8th, 2026. Here's a video that Media Club created in collab with Student Council. We can get the video.
Yeah. There's the video. Nice. Yay. Very nice.
Hello, board Hello, board members, superintendent, Mr. Turkey, and guests. My name is Gilbert. I am a student council representative, and I will be talking to you about science camp. Echo Valley sixth graders were able to spend the week of January 20th at Nonua Outdoor Science Camp. Some activities we were able to participate in including night hiking, rope course, bonfire reunion, and team building activities. Christopher and I will talk about our personal experience and why we believe it is important to continue providing future sixth graders this and for some ones in a lifetime experience. My personal experience at science camp was fun. We did many activities that I have never done before, such as rope course and night hike. It was great to be able to spend 3 days with our friends and classmates. We even got to meet new people from different schools. We even had high school students be our cabin leaders, and they were great role models for us. When I go to North Monterey County High School, I would like to be a cabin leader for future sixth graders. I think you should continue doing science camp because future sixth grade students will love it and have a great experience. Thank you for your time, and here is Christopher, personal experience.
Hello, this is Christopher again. I'm going to share my personal experience about science camp. I believe science camp was an amazing experience. It is something our district should continue to provide for our sixth grade students. It was one of the greatest memories as an elementary student. The food tastes amazing. I really enjoyed the pasta. The activities was so much fun. We did team building activities such as Don't Drop the Egg, where we had to learn to communicate and provide with one another. My favorite activity was the rope course, where I faced one of my biggest fears of height. We were really high going to tree to tree. I hope you will continue to provide this experience for the future sixth grade. Thank you.
Or the Echo Valley one? Like the one with the LCAP? Yeah, that.
Good evening. Members of the board, Superintendent Turkey, and community members. My name is Carol Rubalcaba, and I believe parent engagement is the heart of a strong school community and can make a powerful difference. For example, one Echo Valley mom started by taking a small job at our school just so she could be close to her students, her children. Now she's a permanent employee She is secretary to our PTG group, and she is volunteering her time to teach ballet folklorico to our students. She's sharing her culture, her passion, and her heart with all of these students. And I'd like for her to speak a little bit about it. So I introduce to you Patricia Joaquin Mejia.
Hi, good evening. My name is Patricia Joaquin Mejia, and I'm the secretary to Echo Valley's PTG and a parent volunteer teaching baile folklorico to over 45 students twice a week in the after-school program. I grew up dancing folklorico, and I can say those are the best memories of my childhood. Dancing made me feel free, happy, and very connected to my roots. I have always believed that having a part of our culture in our schools can make a difference in our community. It will not only bring our community together, but it can also help our students learn and value our roots. Folklorico is not just about a song, a dance, or an outfit. It's a physical connection representing our heritage. Unfortunately, most of our students don't know about their culture. That is why I feel this is important to start encouraging our students to participate in different activities that can help them engage with their culture. I can say I am very proud of our students for always trying their best, for always believing in themselves, and for not giving up. I am grateful to our parents for entrusting me in bringing a little piece of our culture to our children. I want to thank our principal and all the staff that has been a big part of this group to come together, and a big thank you for the board for approving our funds for our office. I cannot thank you guys enough. Thank you.
Good evening, board and Dr. Turkey. Cristal Santana, mental health therapist at Echo Valley. I'm here to share about our Wednesday's mental health parent group. Since October, we have met over 13 times, welcoming over 100 parent visits, both in person and via Zoom, 1 hour each week. This group was created because we recognized the need and because parents told us they were looking for support, connection, and practical tools to help their children in regards to mental health. Together, we've had open and honest conversations about anxiety, depression, resilience, self-regulation, coping skills, among other important topics. Most importantly, our goal has been to strengthen parents' strategies so they feel more confident and empowered in supporting their children at home. This group has become a space built on trust, growth, and community. While we know there's still much work to do, we believe we are moving in the right direction and collaboratively building something not for, but with our families. Here to share their experience in their own words are Brenda Pérez Cortés and Teresita Ramírez. Hablemos de salud mental. En una encuesta entre padres de familia y amigos preguntaron, ¿qué piensas si te invitaran a una terapia de salud mental? 9 de cada 10 personas contestaron, yo estoy bien, yo no ocupo, no tengo tiempo, es para gente loca. El 1% de esas personas soy yo. Mi nombre es Brenda Cortés y soy madre de familia de la escuela Echo Valley. Por curiosidad me di el tiempo para hablar de salud mental con otros padres de familia, con la supervisión de Cristal Santana, terapeuta de la escuela. He encontrado un espacio de apoyo para hablar como temas que son el bullying, la ansiedad, la depresión, el suicidio, condiciones como el TDAH, el autismo, entre otras, donde expresamos nuestras dudas, preocupaciones y miedos. También hemos aprendido a ser curiosos con nuestros hijos, con nuestra familia, observando sus comportamientos, qué dicen, cómo lo dicen, saber definir qué maneras se están comunicando con nosotros y buscar posibles causas y soluciones. También hemos aprendido a practicar la resiliencia, la capacidad de adaptarnos, recuperarnos y fortalecernos cuando hay un desafío, teniendo una actitud positiva, intentándolo las veces que sean necesarias, poner límites y pedir ayuda. En general, hablar de salud mental es tener las herramientas para conectar física, mental y emocionalmente con nuestros hijos y con nuestra familia. Te invito a ti, padre de familia, a ser curioso, a unirte al grupo y hablemos de salud mental.
Good evening. Let's speak about mental health. On a survey for parents and friends, the question was posed, how would you feel if I invited you to a mental health therapy session? 9 out of 10 people responded, I'm fine. I don't need it. I don't have time. It's for people who are crazy. 1% of those people, I am within the 1% of those people. My name is Brenda Cortez. I am a parent at Echo Valley School. And out of curiosity, I made the time to speak about mental health with other parents. And under Crystal Santana's supervision, she's a therapist at the school. And I have found a space in which I feel supported in speaking about these issues such as bullying, anxiety, depression, suicide, conditions such as ADHD, autism, among others. In this space, we have been able to speak about our doubts, our concerns, and our fears. We've also learned to be curious with our children, with our families, to observe their behaviors, what they say, how they say it, and also learning how to understand and define the way in which they are communicating with us, and we've learned how to learn for possible causes and solutions. We've also learned how to practice resilience and the ability to adapt, to recover, and to become stronger in the face of challenges with a positive attitude, trying again as many times as possible, setting boundaries, and asking for help. In general, mental health, speaking about mental health, is finding the tools that we need to connect physically, mentally, and emotionally with our children and with our families. I am inviting you, parents, to be curious and to join our group, and let's talk about mental health.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Teresita Ramírez. Soy madre de familia de Abigail, que cursa el 6º grado en Echo Valley. Mi experiencia tomando los talleres de salud mental ha sido muy importante, ya que mi hija padece de trastorno de TDAH, ansiedad y pues problemas de concentración. Entonces, estoy un poco familiarizada con este tipo de talleres, pero nunca termina uno de aprender. Siempre hay algo nuevo que aprender. Y en estos talleres me gusta el hecho de que es muy interactivo. Uno aporta parte de y aprende. Entonces, mi experiencia como madre de Abigail, que es una niña muy dulce, puede ayudar a otras madres de familia, porque a veces los padres de familia no tienen el recurso para ir a San Andreas o X lugar. Entonces, ahí empieza en la escuela un movimiento, una herramienta para nosotros detectar a tiempo alguna enfermedad mental. Desgraciadamente, a veces no hay los recursos o el tiempo por fuera y la escuela te lo ofrece. Qué mejor que aprovecharlo y qué mejor que como padre está viendo las necesidades de nuestros hijos o las experiencias que hemos pasado con nuestros hijos ayuden a otras madres de familia. Yo estoy muy contenta con este programa. Me encanta el hecho de que es interactivo, no es un monólogo, no es de que yo traigo mi guión, yo les digo esto, no, es interactuar, opiniones, qué clases te gustaría escuchar y pues no puedo decir más, que es muy importante, me gusta y ojalá que lo sigan haciendo y no nada más ahí, en todas las escuelas porque es una herramienta muy, muy útil. Muchas gracias.
Hi, my name is Teresita Ramirez, and I am the parent to a 6th grade child, my daughter Abigail, who is in Echo Valley School. And my experience with this program has been so very valuable. My daughter has ADHD and anxiety and some other difficulties. In these workshops, I've learned so much, and these workshops are interactive. You don't just listen, it's not a monologue, you're both giving and receiving. And I don't know, perhaps through these workshops, we can all share our experiences. Perhaps other parents can benefit from hearing my experience with Abigail, who's a very sweet child. And maybe others don't have the same resources, such as going to the San Andreas Center. And it may be just sharing amongst ourselves, we can detect problems with our children. This is a wonderful space to take advantage of this resource so that parents can learn what their child's needs are through the experiences of other parents. I've learned so much, and this is interactive. It hasn't been just sitting and listening, and they ask us, what's important to you? What are the classes that you want to be in? What would you like to hear? I love it, and I hope that it continues, not just at Echo Valley, but at all schools, because it is very useful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Kind of lost my place. The slides aren't moving. Okay, my name's Catherine Horton, and I'm the assistant principal at Echo Valley, or at the Echo Valley. Okay. And I have to say, I'm honored to work with such talented, dedicated, and joyful staff, students, and parents. So I get the honor of speaking of staff engagement and connectedness. So what's going well is we are providing the opportunities for our staff and our students to give us feedback. Parents are also welcome to come in and have conversations with us at any time. We'll schedule meetings, we'll chat at drop off, or dismissal, arrival. We have a newsletter that highlights what is happening for the week, and then also highlights our turnaround arts teachers and what they're doing in the classroom. And we work really hard to create that safe environment and build the relationships with staff, students, and families. We are sharing leadership. Our tier 1 team is strong, and we have a lot of different opportunities for our teacher leaders to speak up and join us on walks. We are prioritizing some initiatives. The PDSA, we're making sure that we're getting stronger at that every day. We're working at maximizing time for our teachers. And then our next steps are building a community mural and some additional planning opportunities. And Mr. Guile had me go last because he knows I like to speak short and sweet. So that's Echo Valley. I think we're done. Oh no, I have one more. The most important, highlight our staff. So Mr. Montes and Ms. Guzman are here with us, and they're an important part of our tier 1 team and facilitate our student council. They're always student and community centered and very much part of our community at Echo Valley. And we're truly grateful to have them at Echo Valley. Yay. And then hearing so much about the mental health side of our school, we'd like to highlight our mental health therapist, Crystal Santana and Alyssa Bravo, who are always going above and beyond to make sure that our students' mental health is cared for. Daily, I can find one of them somewhere on campus to make sure that our students are feeling safe and healthy and cared for. And they're experts in our tier 1, 2, and 3 SEL supports, and we've only seen things improving this year. This includes welcoming our newcomers, leading parent activities, planning social groups, and implementing restorative practices. And again, we're very, very appreciative to have them on our campus and supporting our Echo Valley families and students.
Thank you.
And then I believe Mr. Guile has links on here just in case you're interested to read.
Wonderful. Thank you
Okay.
so very much for that update. I'm going to begin with inviting public comment. Is there anyone who would like to make a public comment? Wonderful. Welcome, Eric.
Good evening, guys. So fantastic presentation. I wanted to actually congratulate these kids directly for continuing to champion the science camp. I've stood at this podium. I've been at school sites telling parents to do whatever they can to raise the money to get these kids to science camp. I know we lost it for a year or two, and it broke my heart because my kids went through it. And it is such a fabulous and important experience for a lot of kids in our community. So I am glad to see that it's been highlighted specifically for you all to see the benefit and to hear from kids directly. So I want to express my appreciation for finding some way to make it happen, and we need to continue doing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Is there any other public comment? Is there any public comment on Zoom? There is? Okay, please, on Zoom, please proceed. Hello, if you're on Zoom, you're free to speak. Please proceed.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, we can. Please proceed.
Okay. So I wanted to address the impact of today's bus cancellations and prior bus cancellations. It seems to be a running habit.
Caroline, I'm gonna ask you to please stop. We're gonna allow you to provide your public comment, but if it's not related to the presentation, right after this, we're gonna have public comments on non-agenda item matters. So do you mind hold? Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for your patience. I appreciate it. Okay. Is there any other Zoom comment? No, okay, on the agenda. I'm gonna start with Adriana. Would you like to go first, please?
Yeah, awesome. I, again, echo. I think you all set a high standard for doing a true involvement of your school and creating a space. Thank you, students, for coming. And we always love to hear the students. Again, no offense to our adults, but we love to hear from you because you're the center of our district, right? We are here for you. So hearing about your experiences, what you're doing, what you like, what's working, what you're improving on, it's super great to hear. I have actually my daughter's photo when she was in the rope in sixth grade, science council. We hear you loud and clear, and we hope that continues to happen. And thank you for saying that you're going to go back and be a mentor. I think that's what we want. We want our students to be, this was my experience, and I'm going to go back and I'm going to be a mentor for those who are going to go through that experience. So hopefully when you're a senior here or when you're a student here, we want you to come back and tell us how that went. And then parents, there's nothing like parent engagement. We always complain about parents not being around or things like that. But if we don't give them true, genuine spaces to engage in a way that actually works, I think one of the things that you mentioned was that it wasn't just someone coming and talking to you and generating a script and generating the entire thing, but actually engaging you in the conversation. That is the key to true engagement. That is true engagement, that you lead the actual space with guidance from one of our staff. I think that's great. I led a parent support group from 2010 to 2015, and it was specifically on mental health and special education. And that was key because, like you mentioned, parent with parent and understanding what they're going through is one of the most important ways of moving forward together and moving with the students. So thank you for working on that. And thank you for the staff who's actually engaged in that. And Mr. Giles, for your leadership. Both of you have an amazing team, amazing whole space, and amazing leadership that we can truly tell that it's a safe space and it's a welcoming space for everyone, parents, students, staff, all. And I'm always happy to hear all the amazing things. We did say that we were going to do a challenge with the board member and the one that you did last time. So I can nominate them as well. And I was really glad to hear that you had over 100 parent visits, like interactions. That's amazing. Like whatever is happening, we should figure out how to make it district wide, and in all of our spaces, so that we can truly create a space because it's the duty of all of us. It takes all of us to actually make sure our students are centered and well off. So thank you.
Thank you, Adriana. Martha?
No, I just
Oh,
really
sorry.
appreciate, I mean, everything that you said, I won't repeat because it is very important on everything that she said that you guys are doing. But I do have to highlight the science camp because I am alumni at Echo Valley. I can go way back. And those were one of my favorite memories. I still talk about it today about those. Where'd you guys go? What place did you guys go? What camp?
It was Canoe, yeah.
Was it in Santa Cruz? With the slug? Where you got to meet the slug out there on those trails? So, I mean, I remember those were my highlights of, I learned so much because these are experiences that you wouldn't have experienced, right? If that opportunity didn't exist at your age. And so thank you for being here and sharing those. We love when the kids come and present. You guys did a fantastic job. Talked about how articulate you guys were. You guys did fantastic. So that goes hand in hand with the sport that you share. You know, I have to tell you that the sport that you shared and all the increases and everything academically shows with all of this collaboration, right? With the parent collaboration, student involvement, you know, the teachers, staff, everybody's doing a great job. But muchas gracias for the teacher that the parent that's coming in and doing the flororico dancing. You know, your story of, you know, coming and volunteering and now working and helping out at the PTG, that's where it starts. You know, it's that parent involvement and all those different groups que tenemos en todos los diferentes áreas. It's beautiful que viniste para enseñar, to share what you are experiencing and bringing back your skills and your passion and passing it on. So muchas gracias. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Martha. Rick?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Gao. It's gonna echo in right here. Thank you, Mr. Gao and Ms. Horton, for everything. It's kind of tweaking on me. I feel weird. Sorry.
Thank you, Rick. Well, I mean, wow, really an amazing presentation. And I also want to thank you. This is our first time in this room, so there were a little bit of technical difficulties. So I want to first thank you for your patience and your tenacity. I saw that even though the slide deck went away, you kept on going on with the information that you had to share with us. I'm really impressed, as I think everyone in this room is, with all the great things you're doing. And I think you touched upon it, Martha. We all have a piece in it. I mean, the parents, the teachers, the students, the staff, the administration, and being successful in creating the kind of environment where students can flourish and be their very best. And also talking about mental health. I was very impressed by what Brenda said, that you got to take the stigma away because life is hard. And sometimes you just need somebody to listen. Parenting is hard. Sometimes you just need somebody to listen. Being an administrator is hard. Sometimes you just need somebody to listen. So I want to applaud all of you for really striving for excellence, because even though we may never get there, doesn't mean that that's not what we should pursue at every step of what we do, even though we are very fallible humans. So I just want to applaud you. And from all of us here at the dais, say kudos on a fantastic job. Keep it up, students. You're amazing. And Christopher, I think you brought up the food, which reminds me, my kid bringing up the food at science camp and makes me want to go to science camp so I can avoid cooking and eat delicious food. But again, kudos, my congratulations to all of you, and please keep up the wonderful work. You make our district proud. And Matt, do you have anything you'd like to add?
I'd just like to say thank you to the entire team, and really Echo Valley, you really bring what a community school should be, right? Whether it has the label of community school or not, you're a community school, right? And everything which you bring, it's the entire community bringing what you are good at, right? So one person can't be good at everything, right? But you have people who are all good at something, and they're all bringing something, and it makes it a wonderful school. And so I just want to say thank you to everybody, okay? From the students to the parents, to the staff, and to the leadership. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, guys. Next, we're going to be moving on to public comment on non-agenda item matters. And I know we have one on Zoom. Is there anyone in the building who would like to make a public comment on non-agenda items? Anyone? Okay, seeing no one in the room, we will move to our Zoom comment on non-agenda item matters.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, Sonia.
Hi, good evening, board members and superintendent.
Good evening.
Uh, well, I'm just gonna get started. So, unfortunately, I was not able to arrive in time to speak during the special board meeting regarding the recent layoffs. While what is done, I sincerely hope there is a clear and thoughtful plan moving forward, not only for how the responsibilities of those positions will be absorbed, but most importantly for the people who filled them. These were valuable individuals who contributed meaningfulness to our schools and community. I know all too well what it feels like to lose valuable people, both in work and in life. And when we lose people, we don't just lose positions. We lose relationships, experience, stability, and trust. I truly hope those impacts are being considered. I also wanted to briefly address the location of the special meeting. I did appreciate the room itself, but as Phil Dunphy once said, location, location, location. I found it confusing to navigate. Parking on the basketball court and driving in a narrow dirt road felt less than ideal, especially considering what could happen during muddy or poor weather conditions. Additionally, I needed to use the restroom for my daughter. During the visit, when we entered, student athletes were using the space to change. As a parent, that felt a bit uncomfortable. I would not want students to feel unease changing in a restroom with unrelated adults present. I certainly do not want to disrupt students' ability to enjoy their school spaces. I remember being a student and hanging out with friends everywhere. But it's clear that field areas are especially active during sports seasons, and we should be mindful of shared spaces when hosting public meetings. So even though I don't want students not to be able to use the library, it seems like a better fit as of right now. Shifting back, if we're making cuts, I hope we are also prioritizing investments in our school facilities. I appreciate the updated view boards in classrooms and finally being able to rely on accurate clocks throughout the school. Those upgrades are noticeable. However, they do not make up for the conditions of many of our students and staffs that are having to experience daily. We live in a weather wants to do whatever the weather wants to do. Fully functioning heating and air conditioning systems are not luxuries, they are necessities. We have experienced flooded classrooms, leaky ceilings, bathrooms that have had to be repeatedly closed, and peeling paint. Our students and staff deserve a learning environment that is safe, healthy, and properly maintained. Before my time is up, I also wanted to give a major shout out to the team who organized the Parent Summit at the middle school. It was a truly wonderful event. The level of community engagement, parent participation, and access to valuable resources was impressive. It was a welcoming to families, collaborative, and meaningful. Events like this, Events like that remind us what a strong school community partnership can look like. Thank you for your time and listening.
Thank you, Sonia. We appreciate your comments. Someone else? Wonderful.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you for
Okay.
being patient. Please proceed with your public comment.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Good evening, board and president. I wanted to address the impact of today's bus cancellations with bus B and C canceled for both high schools and middle school routes. And families across our district, particularly in areas like Castroville Boulevard, Prunedale North, and Elkhorn Road, and surrounding neighborhoods were left scrambling with little notice. I also want to raise a serious safety concern. In Castroville, at the intersection of McDougal and Spiegel, an officer was flagged down after reports that a group of juveniles had been fighting for about 20 minutes earlier. While the individuals were gone on arrival, officers conducted an area check, and this highlights that what can happen when students are unexpectedly released into the community due to transportation issues. I understand that drivers' absences happen, but repeated cancellations without strong contingency plans create real safety and equity issues. Reliable transportation is not a convenience. It's essential to student
Yeah,
safety
I
and
just was
access to
somebody talking
education.
about the cancellation and return.
I urge North County Unified School District to strengthen backup transportation plans, invest in driver recruitment and retention, and improve real-time communication with families. Our students and families deserve proactive solutions that prioritize safety. So please, if we can dedicate a committee to addressing this issue, not just letting it consistently go by month after month. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you for your public comment. We appreciate your input. Is there anyone else? No? Okay, seeing no further public comments, I'm closing public comment and we're going to be moving to board reports. I will start with Rick. Do you want to go first?
Hello?
Hi, Rick. Would you like to go first for the board reports?
Oh yeah, thank you. It's not echoing this time. Cool.
No, you sound perfect.
Yeah, I attended Castroville Schools already awards for the K through 3. It was pretty awesome and a real giant turnout as usual. Lots of kids got awards for reading and math, I think, medals. It was really cool, and of course Gigi knocked it out of the park, and that was fun. And went to the fall sports banquet last night. Our season's really good, real fun. Is the most important thing. Fun. We had some successful playoff runs in wrestling. And we have a couple wrestlers, a boy and a girl, that are in state right now, which we're super proud of. And um, uh, girls basketball went to CCS playoffs. They had, I think, what was the record? Only 3 losses, but I think like 14-3 or something like that. I should know. But they won. They beat Live Oak in Live Oak at Morgan Hill in a great game. And then the other night they played all the way in Millbrae by the airport in San Francisco, and they're winning like probably over 3/4 of the game, and ended up losing. But it was the game of the year. It was awesome. That team is playing against some crazy schools. And yeah, we barely lost. But yeah, super proud of the team. It's a young team. We're gonna lose a couple key players. And but it was a successful season. Can't wait. Now spring sports has started, and we have a strong track, baseball, softball program going on, and I know baseball is looked to be doing very good. They already won at least their first two games by pretty good, I already know. And softball is just had 2 games. They lost both, one today, but they look promising, have some young talent, and track is always great. Great coach, of course, and great kids. But that's all I could think of right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Adriana?
Nothing to report, but I do want to make sure that there's an item in informational that I wanted to address, the purchase of new uniforms for band. I know that I was approached by a student who wanted to advocate for that, and I directed the student back to the process. And I directed the student to the proper staff. And I'm super glad to see this, because that says that our staff was able to sit with the student, meet with the student, and address the needs of the student. So I'm really thankful for whoever make sure that that was possible, because that was a concern from all the band and seeing the initiative that our students can take and push for what they need is exactly what we want. And so I really just wanted to give a shout out to Damian Bautista, Miguel, for coming and saying, we need new uniforms, and pushing and pushing and calling me and texting me and doing all this stuff. And I kept on redirecting him back and everything. So thank you for the staff who actually worked with this student and worked with the band to get what they needed. And I hope that we can continue to do that for our students.
Wonderful. Thank you, Janet.
Well, I had a busy week. I'll start off with the Alliance meeting. I was so impressed. It's probably one of the best meetings I've been to yet. I know it was at the Japanese school this year. Typically we were in Moss Landing, and it was always, beautiful location, and there was a lot of space, but we were a little tight there. But at the end of the day, the room was still standing ovation, people outside and on the side, because of the partnerships that we built. But more than anything, Yvette did a great job in her introduction and sharing all the benefits from this alliance, that what we have stemmed from that. And the best part, again, when we hear students speak on the results, that's what happened. You had those 3 students, they were CCA promotoras, that were hired through an internship, thanks to coming to an alliance meeting and meeting the organization that is now partnering with them. Same thing happened with those 3 students that were part of the Elkhorn league crew, that they came to an alliance meeting and they partnered with them. And then Yvette spoke about lots of other partners that are really working with us currently right now with our students, because that's what it's all about, right? It's that partnership and seeing that student engagement and all the great things that are coming from that. And the feedback that I'm hearing, that I'm getting calls from other districts, that I know a lot of other people that work at other districts, they want to know what we're doing with our alliance meetings, because they're hearing the buzz of how successful it is, and how we're getting students engaged, and how we're getting these internships, and how we're getting all these partners that want to work with us. Then the Wallets Foundation did a great presentation. I'm not going to go into spill because I know they're going to come here, but they gave us an overview of the millions of dollars that are coming, to work with us in our school district. And then obviously the parent summit that we just talked and heard about. Wow. Talk about wow. I walked in, talk about the professional setting with just like, we've all been to conferences, right? Just even the beginning with them getting their badges and checking in and feeling important as part of a workshop. But the fact that they had it all set up like a keynote speaker, which was they did amazing. And then you had all those resources in that central location, over 20 resources there. Then you had those individual workshops, that I went in and participated. I just wanted to go see, I don't know how many parents, I didn't get the head count, but all of them were full. And it was so impressed that I could see this evolving even bigger. So this was the first time that our parent engagement team did a fantastic job, and the middle school and everybody else that was part of that. But I know the FACE team was a big part of that. Then the budget meeting that Sandra and I participated in. And Brenda, Brenda's not here, Brenda did a good job. And again, there was 3 parents there, all great feedback and input and strategies, and sharing some ideas on our current situation with the budget. Again, that's really good informative information. And, and she has it available for the future. And then last but not least, excited to say that our CABE conference is right around the corner. So I'll be I won't be here next week at our meeting, because I'll be going to CABE as I sit as a board for CABE, which is our California Association for Bilingual Education. This is going to be my 2nd annual conference attending, and it's in our backyard in San Francisco. Thank you, our school board, that is allowing parents. I mean, we had parents and staff last year, but this year we're actually inviting teachers too. So I'm excited that the parents, the teachers, the staff that are going. Sad that none of the administration's not going to go, that you aren't going to be able to make it, right? But if you go onto the website, you can see all the amazing workshops. But on Friday, they have a free leadership workshop. It's a freebie for anyone to go. Assistant superintendents, board members. It's an amazing workshop. If you look at, and I know it's in San Francisco, but it's pretty cool. And so yeah, that is, I'm going to go ahead and give you guys some information on that Friday. I'll send it over to you guys just so you have it. If anything changes, if you guys want to take a drive to San Francisco, it's going to be pretty cool.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Martha. That was so energetic. And it just reminds me of all the great stuff we have going on. I really am so impressed by everything that our district is doing well. It doesn't mean that we're perfect or that there's not areas of concern, but just the growth and the progress, I think makes us all really proud. I also want to touch on something that Adriana said, which is we want to have processes that work. That means when we're not here, when you're not here, when anybody's missing, our processes work and everybody knows what to expect. Because to me, that's a high functioning organization. So thank you for calling that out. The process worked. Just like when we have public comment or our emails, we listen to you. It may not seem like it, but we do. We go back and we ponder the feedback that we have, trying to make the best decision. And so please, if you do see something where you think it needs to be improved or you have a concern, bring it to the board. We will discuss it and come to a consensus. And so we are open to that feedback. And we want to thank you for your patience. We know this is a new location. We know that it's not perfect. So we are open to your feedback. And if we figure out that we didn't get it right, we'll modify course. But we appreciate your feedback. I also just want to, I had the wrestling coach, well, not the wrestling coach, but he's over the wrestling program and been a big advocate. He wanted me to give a shout out to our two high school students who have made state. And it is, Rick brought it up, but I just wanted to emphasize it, that out of roughly 1,000 high schools that compete in California, only about 3% make it to state. So I want to shout out Q-State Alto Witty. He's a junior here, and Addison Blayton. She is a sophomore. So we're really proud of our students. This is just one small example of the great things they're doing. So thank you. Now we're going to move on to our superintendent report. Matt, it's all yours.
Right, thank you. Okay, let's go to the next slide, please. All right, so once a month I host a dinner, and during these dinners we talk about different things. Okay, and first of all we just hang out, and then for the first 30 minutes I'll rotate throughout the different tables. I'll say hi to people. I'll discuss whatever folks want to discuss, and then after that we have a specific topic. Now the last specific topic which we had was all around the seal of civic engagement. Okay, so we learned a lot about that. Parents went through a few different processes, which are interactive. They learned all about it. They gave us some feedback, which is really great. And a good time was had by all. And our next meeting is on March the 18th, 2026. So that's coming up, about 3 weeks, something like that. And the focus is going to be on the early college pathway. So you're going to hear a little bit about the early college pathway this evening. But if you want to learn more about it, then what I'd say to the community is come on out on March the 18th and you can learn some more about the early college pathway. Next slide, please. Okay, so talking about the Wallace Foundation, we actually had a leadership meeting recently with Bright Futures talking about the Wallace Foundation grant, which we received along with Greenfield School District. So this grant it doesn't have its focus quite yet. Okay, so we have to build some of that focus. So it's around improving outcomes for grades 7 through 9. Exactly which outcomes we can determine. Okay, now it is going to be focused around the expanded learning space. So after school, weekends, summer school, that type of thing. And it's also going to be involving community as well. So, and mentorship for students. And so what are some ways within those spaces which we can improve our outcome for grades 7 through 9? Pretty exciting. There will be a presentation here coming soon. We are just arranging schedules though with all the people who need to have those schedules arranged. But yeah, a presentation will be coming here soon in the spring. Next slide, please. Okay, so we recently started, this was an idea of our student board member, Adriana, and she was like, hey, I really think we should learn more from the students across the district. rather than just me, a student from the high school. So we had our first ever district student council meeting, which had representation from all of the elementary schools and the middle school. We did not have representation on this one from the high school, so we're looking forward to that soon. And we went through a process, and they shared, first of all, which house they would be in if they were sorted by the sorting hat in Harry Potter. That wasn't part of the presentation, but it was fun. And then they shared what they liked about their schools, and we heard of many things which they liked. Okay, mostly they liked the support which they got, they liked their teachers, so on and so forth, right? And then we dug into the piece which I really wanted to learn about, which is what can be improved. And the students came up with some really, really great things, and this will also make our LCAP feedback as well. And the things which they all agreed on. First of all, was a lot of trash and cleanliness. And they came up with a simple solution that we need more trash cans. And how about the students get to paint those trash cans so that they can have a feeling of ownership of those trash cans, right? Another one was around the state of the restrooms and graffiti. Another was around bullying. And another was also around treatment of students with disabilities. And they said, you know what? Sometimes we see that our students with disabilities are struggling, and they don't always get treated right by others. And there's a group of students who really want to do something about that. The other things which they mentioned as well was around access to clean drinking water. Okay, so in many of our schools, yes, there is some access to clean drinking water. However, not in all the places where students want them. Okay, so for example, they do PE in Elkhorn upon the upper field, but the nearest water fountain isn't close to there, right? Or at the middle school, yes, it's fine if you have a water bottle to refill, but if you don't have a water bottle to refill, then you go without water. Okay, so this is something which I will be working on with our facilities team. But without the student input, we wouldn't have known how much of an issue this was. Because you ask adults, okay, and we don't always know. Okay, so I just want to applaud all the students who came to the meeting, and we're going to have this as a monthly thing, and I will continue to give updates in the superintendent report around what comes out of the student council. And next slide, please. Okay, again, so we talked about the middle school parents summit. I want to give a shout out to all of the folks who were involved in that. So the administration and the staff at the middle school, and also the faces who helped support that effort. I heard it was a fantastic time. Next slide, please. The Alliance meeting, again, heard very similar things, like one of the best meetings ever, right? A lot of things, obviously sparking ideas, okay, and partnerships and so on and so forth. So hats off to Yvette and all of the folks who helped make that run, and with all of the partnerships which are happening there. And next slide, please. So I visited Prunedale Elementary yesterday, and working hard there as usual. And I see Monique there each time working hard. So Monique is the head custodian over at Prunedale Elementary School. And you can see her there with angel wings, which is kind of good. Angel wings? Pelican wings. Better. Yeah. But I want to give a shout out to Monique because she does a wonderful job over there at Prunedale, making sure it is clean and tidy. And yeah. And next slide, please. So I want to give a shout out now to the first grade team at Prunedale. And the reason which we're doing a team shout out here is because this is the way which we improve, right? If we improve on our own, we just stay inside our own bubble. We don't learn that much from one another because you're just talking to yourself, right? However, the way which we improve here, our system of how we improve across the school district is all around teaming. It's all around learning from one another. Now, this first grade team, they work together and collaborate together all the time. They, on their preps each day, they meet together and they work together. They are currently working on academic discourse protocols and routines within first grade. And they're learning a lot from one another and moving pretty fast and accelerating their learning. And when the adults learn together, good things happen. So this is a shout out to the first grade team, specifically Miss Guzman, Miss Eggers, Miss Flores, Miss Nunez, and Miss Palayo. Let's give it up for them, please. And that is it for today's superintendent report.
Thank you, Matt. Okay, we will be moving on to the STA. Is there a representative report? No? Is there one on Zoom? No? Okay, we will be moving on to NMCFT. Are you? No? Okay, we will be moving on. So we now are going to be moving to discussion, action, and or information items. And our first item is to approve CSUMB dual enrollment early college pathway. So we're very excited to hear about this. Yay! I thought I was going to get a test, one of those tests again.
Good evening, Board and Superintendent Turkey. We are very excited to share with you tonight this amazing team that has been working together on looking at the possibility that we want to propose to you tonight, which is an early college pathway and an understanding with CSU Monterey Bay. So we have some learning objectives and success criteria because I cannot be up here without, apparently this is my thing now too. So our goal for tonight is to provide an overview of the dual enrollment partnership with CSU Monterey Bay that we would like to propose is approved tonight. And the success criteria would be that we would know 2 benefits that would happen for students by doing this early college dual enrollment pathway. We want to present the proposed dual enrollment pathway. We hope to launch it next year, and the team is going to share with you what courses we would be looking at and what the process would be, and also outline a long-term vision to expand this program for our students in North Monterey County. So our success criteria would be, we can state which courses would potentially be offered next year. And then we would like to identify the district's next steps, which would include implementation timelines, roles, and key decisions that we would need to do to move forward because it is a big undertaking and a very exciting undertaking. And so identifying the key roles that are needed for this. So that is our objectives for tonight's presentation.
Here's what we're going to talk about. Good evening, board, superintendent. Really, as Kim echoed, or I'd like to echo what Kim said, we're excited to be here to talk about the CSUMB partnership. With that, I am excited to be here for a second board meeting to share with you all like another amazing team that has come together to help support our kids. So we have an incredible team from our district, as you can see up there and right here in the room with us. We have Principal Dan Andrus, Assistant Principal Jordan Apgar, myself, Kim McCulloch, Director of Teaching and Learning, and the Superintendent, Dr. Matt Turkey. We also have an amazing team from CSUMB here with us, both in the room tonight and also with us alongside us in our partnership, Dr. Maria Seja and Reese Ballard. I am also selfishly pleased to share with the board that this partnership, to some extent, began with CTE. We began a kind of a dual enrollment journey with CSUMB as part of work that we were doing as in our K-16 grant, which focuses on establishing a mechatronics pipeline on our campus into Hartnell's mechatronics program as well as CSUMB's program. And so we've made some incredible first steps with Heather Tynan, our CTE engineering and mechatronics instructor, Richard Chapman at Hartnell, and Dr. Luis Cabrales at CSUMB. So shout out to the K-16 collaborative as well.
I get the fun slides. Part of our, you can kind of see here, we have a little graphic in terms of our early college pathway plan, and it's draft right now because this is still, a process. But our current plan is for next year to do kind of like a slow on-ramp. So we're going to offer some classes next year, mainly to our juniors and our seniors. So those classes would be 3 of our 3 CSUMB English courses. We'd have 2 social science courses, an art course, and an ethnic studies course.
And the idea would be that once we have a whole plan rolled out, that students, if they completed all of these courses from start to finish, they would be completing their their lower division general education coursework, which is their first year at NECSU. Their I get C requirements. So the idea here would be that eventually we would be in a cohort model. We would love to be able to support students from most classes be probably offering starting sophomore year through, and then they kind of on-ramp more and more units as they go through. And we would support that cohort model with additional support, both offered through CSUMB and then potentially some embedded support classes that we have at the high school. And that would be, the plan would be that cohort would start in 27, 28. And then that doesn't preclude though other students from being able to take those courses, right? Because there's going to be some kids who are going to be gung-ho and they're going to want to take those classes from the beginning. And then there's going to be other kids who really want to kind of dip their toe into dual enrollment. And we really want to make sure that we're opening access so that students can really see that they can be successful in dual enrollment classes. And then that'll also help them feel that they can really see the potential of themselves going to a 4-year school right after high school. Yeah, exciting stuff. Next one, it goes Pat again.
Right. So how does this whole thing go? It goes with an MOU. So we are excited to present sort of the broad general scope of our agreement with CSUMB. The goal overall is to bring our two organizations into alignment to provide an expanded set of opportunities for our students. So CSU, as you can see, is going to be providing our dual enrollment college credit. They're also going to be providing their faculty to work with our teachers to help bring their college level courses into alignment with our high school level courses, which we're really excited about, both for the opportunities of college credit, but also just because of the opportunity to bring two sets of instructors together around this exciting opportunity. We're also on our side as a district, we're going to be bringing the facilities. So all of these classes, right, are dual enrollment. So they'll be occurring during the school day on the high school campus. We'll also be providing instructors. So our high school instructors that will be working alongside our faculty to bring these sort of merged, aligned dual enrollment opportunities to students. And all of this is going to be provided at no cost for students. So in an ideal scenario, once this pathway is set up, a student could be nearly completed with 2 years of traditional enrollment at college for no cost, which is just an incredible move. And especially when you consider in combination, I believe, in combination with the Otter Promise, that would provide a nearly entirely covered 4-year degree for a kid moving through his pathway, which is just like conceptually very exciting. And lastly, because I am a data nerd, I want to give a shout out to something that's not on the slide, which is data sharing. So as a district, we are going to be sharing information with CSUMB about which students who are enrolling in their programs. And they're going to share data and status updates on those students back with us so that we can better understand how our students are succeeding in their institution and then adjust our supports and instruction here at the high school to ensure higher rates of success over.
You know, when we meet with our partners, we let them speak. They don't just stand. CSUMB has been incredible partners. I've been teasing you with this for a year now, so we're really excited to be bringing the MOU to you. One of the things that I'm just really impressed with is how flexible CSUMB is being. They really wanted to make this happen with us, and they've just been incredible partners to work with. So here's what's coming next. We have to finalize the courses. That means looking at the CSUMB courses, looking at our courses, seeing where they're going to overlap, where those are going to work well. CSUMB is working really well with us, not to require us to purchase all their textbooks and do all those extra things that create a big expense. So that alignment is coming along and is going to be really good. We have already advertised with our kids. We have kids already enrolled in some of these courses, but we need to do some more advertising once the MOU is in place and fill these courses even more. We met today with our instructional leads and we're working on Monday morning. Our departments have been looking at the courses that are slated and starting to suggest which teachers would like to be involved in teaching those courses. And then we want to connect our teachers with the professors and make sure that what we're offering is up to the CSUMB standard of rigor and academic alignment. And then we're going to have some celebrations and congratulate our students for accepting their opportunity to jump into this program. You've heard me talk about it before. I'm just super excited about this. This is a big deal for kids to be able to come to high school for free. And once this is completely fleshed out, we believe finish their freshman year at California State University through our high school. And anyway, just an incredible opportunity. Can't say enough about CSUMB and our partners for helping us with that. Kim said I could do the learning objectives at the end. You heard them at the beginning. I want you to stop and reflect whether or not you can honestly say that you can do what's in the success criteria. If you cannot, let me know. I'll go over it again. All right. If you have any questions, we'd love to answer them. This is just a phenomenal experience. And of course, we encourage you to approve the MOU so that we can move forward.
Okay, let's start with
I apologize for President. Before we head into the questions phase, I wanted to invite our CSUMB partners up really quickly as well.
Hi, I was like, I know some of you I've met before. For those who have never met before, I am Carice Ballard. I'm the Strategic Projects Manager for our Vice President of Enrollment Management and Student Affairs. I wanted to just also highlight or re-emphasize kind of two main points. One being what I really see as the importance of dual enrollment, but then also kind of some logistics that we think are really important as well. The way that I see this dual enrollment really having an impact on all students is, those students who have known that they're going to go to a four-year university since they were 3 years old, right? They're able to, regardless of if they're going to go to CSUMB, another CSU, a UC, a private school, they're going to get that first year of their college education that is transferable to any UC, any CSU, right? UCs, and then, with a little bit of assessment, it should transfer to almost any university across the country as well. So it really is going to benefit them. Of course, we want them to come to CSUMB, but regardless of wherever they go. But then I think it also has a benefit for students who maybe have never even pictured themselves going to college. And now their senior year, they're wondering, is this even meant for me? They can take one course, they can test it out, really, risk-free and see, I can do this, right? I can see myself in a college course. I was up for the rigor of this college course. I can go to college now. So I really see it benefiting both of those students and both of those populations and everybody in between. And then one of the logistics I also wanted to just reemphasize was, as it was mentioned before, our model really, it brings the course to the high school. So the teachers are still teaching the course in the high school, which we felt was really important, so that teachers did not have workload taken away from them, but then also creating that accessibility to students so that they're not traveling, they're staying in their courses, they're able to transfer between classes without having that kind of like transportation time. So those are the two things that I felt like were really important. I'll pass it to Maria.
Thank you. Good evening, board. My name is Maria Ceja. I'm the Director for Transfer Admissions and Dual Enrollment at Cal State Monterey Bay. It's a pleasure to be here with you. And more than anything, it's a pleasure to be working with the high school and building this partnership because we know that it's going to open doors for students. And as Carice mentioned, we want to make sure that students know not only that they have this opportunity, but the CSUMB is there for them, whether
whatever their background might be, and making sure that these courses are accessible to all the students. So we're very, very excited about this opportunity, and we're looking forward to working with you. Thank you, really appreciate it.
Okay, next we're gonna move to clarifying questions.
No question.
No, okay, Martha?
You answered a lot of mine that I was writing down and putting question marks. So you guys did a great presentation. The only thing I'd like to know a little bit more is the advertising, you know, to really understand, because we've had dealer loans before, but it's been very forthcoming. So what are your, who can share, like, what are your thoughts about advertising? And how would you say our students and families that this is about?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think that has a lot to do with the way in which we talk to students about their options. And so I oversee the counseling department. So that's kind of one big piece of it, is making sure that first our counselors are really aware of you know, what they are and can talk to students in a way in which the students can really see that this is something that they can do for themselves. We put together you know, for this one, because this is our first year doing it, we rolled it out at our Condor Showcase. So we had a flyer and we were drumming up interest for students, and then we've been talking to them about it during their 4-year planning. So those are their one-on-one meetings with their counselors and their students. They were talking about the courses with them there. And then also, again, one-on-ones with the registration. That's another piece. And then as we, once we get it officially approved, then we can really step up the advertising, and we can start doing more like in-depth presentations once we know what the courses will entail. And can really start to talk more specifically about how are these courses different than maybe some of the other courses that we're currently offering, and what are the benefits for those. So it's kind of the plan right now. I don't know if Dan has anything else to add.
And then another thing, we've been talking with Dr. Turkey and Dr. Clement. Thank you, from CSUMB. And so getting our people on it and bringing it to the news, but we didn't want to go there yet until we were very definite on making sure that we had everything aligned, because we don't want to broadcast it publicly and then things are not ready yet. So one of our big things is to advertise it for the community, because I always think as a parent, I would want to know, because then I would encourage my child to go sign up for these classes. And I'm thinking of how much it would save me as a parent. And now there's a light at the end of that tunnel when you're looking at higher ed, right? So I think it's something as a team, we definitely want to highlight across for the whole community. As soon as the MOU is approved, as soon as we have everything lined up and we know that this is a deal and we're going to be moving forward.
Sorry, you asked a question. We're all going to talk. The last piece that I think is really important is we want to open up a parent workshop. Our parents need to understand what it is, not just our students. And sometimes we have a tendency to go in and sell it to our students without really bringing the community with us. We want to make sure we do that. What are the components that people need to be able to understand? And we'll do this through a parent workshop and other communications. Some of us are very ingrained in the idea that AP courses is where it's at. And these dual enrolled courses with CSUMB are going to trump advanced placement courses through College Board, because they are college courses. They're not courses that you might get college credit for if you pass a test or you go to the right school. These are accredited college courses from a 4-year college university. And so we're going to need to help some folks go, okay, wait, so this is a new way of thinking about things. We also want to make sure that some of the folks, I'll be honest, I had some kids who were like, I don't know about AP, Dad, there's that big test and the test is stressful, right? So we have some parent workshops that will be in the works also to make sure that we're able to educate our parents about what really the benefit of a dual enrollment pathway is.
Yeah. I was glad to hear all of the components. That's huge.
She's afraid to ask another question.
Yeah. Rick, do you have any questions, clarifying questions?
Yeah, I didn't hear. I mean, we've talked about this a few times, and I think I might have been maybe the first one Dan had talked about it, like as far as the trustees, like way back in his office. But and then you guys, what I'm trying to bring up is how these classes taken in high school count for, was it a full year or is it one semester? And then that, and then I mentioned a couple of you mentioned at the end that it saves because you don't have to take a whole year of college, so you'll essentially have 3 years left. And I wanted the public to hear that also. So was it 6 months or a year?
So the courses for college are semester courses, but if a student ultimately goes through all of the classes that we're planning with CSUMB, they will have completed their freshman year of college, which is a big deal. 25% of your college costs.
Yes, yes, that's great. And I would just like to see and know that the counselors are actively going to be talking to the students about this, and it just gets really big and popular. But thank you so much.
Thank you, Rick. And my question is, are we targeting fall of 2026 for this? Yeah, is that the.
Yes, we have students who have already opted into classes for August 2026. We'll be running CSUMB courses at our high school with students.
Okay, it's on record. Did everybody hear that? Okay, I'm going to open it up for public comment now. Is there any public comment? Any public comment on Zoom? Okay, I'm going to close public comment and now I'm going to invite a motion.
I happily move to approve.
Okay, is there a second?
I second.
Okay, before we vote, I'm going to ask if there's any final comments. And we'll start with you, Adriana.
What can I say? Dr. Serra was my mentor when I was a CSCMB student. So it's great to see you, Dr. Serra. So I'm really happy. Like I feel like completely accomplished as a board member. I'm like, okay, I'm done. Because for me, it's important to work on all the other stuff for the district, but opening doors, I think it's priority for our students and for our students' academics is what truly moves a district. So I think that we've made really good progress on making sure that our students have options, that they're not opting in, but they're opting out.
Yeah.
That they have abilities to participate in different things and just having the parent workshops. I met with one amazing parent who always said, who just recently told me, I don't know how to help my child get to college and my child wants to go to the university, but I don't know how to I went, but it's changed and things are different. I don't know how to get it into the system now. So having those parent workshops in combination with the student is what's going to move for the student to actually be engaged and the parent to understand how to support that student. So I'm glad that without even saying anything that was coming up, but I'm really, really, really excited. At CSUMB, I'm an alumni. I came back and taught some classes. So what can I say? That's the most, this is amazing. And then I'm really glad to see HCOM as some of the classes offer, because that was my major. So I'm excited to hear from the students and excited to see that this is not only about academics, but we're looking at ways to financially support our students, right? Make sure that our students are not only academically ready and academically going and trying things, but financially we're supporting the parent and the student to reduce the cost, reduce in a way that they can move on and maybe save that money for masters or doctor, right? And continue to open doors for our students. So thank you for putting this together. I think, again, I feel accomplished. So I'm really happy.
I think this is an entire board, goal that we've had. And it's something that I could definitely say we're very, very proud of. I know we've had a partnership with CSUMB. I remember you guys coming to the college career fairs. My son graduated from there and he's just graduated 4 years ago, but he got inspired when you guys came to our college career fair and you guys talked about all the scholarships that you guys had. Yeah, I looked at the pricing, but at the same time, I looked at the lodging, it's safe because he's staying at home and traveling there. But the fact that we have you guys in our backyard now to take it to the next level, for all of our students to have that opportunity, right? And so thank you. Thank you so much for pursuing, this was a goal for all of us, that we wanted this. And I know it takes a team effort on your guys' work to get to where we're at today. And so I really appreciate everything that you guys said and what our goals are moving forward. And I could seriously see this continuing to evolve even bigger. So thank you, because the advertising is going to be huge, right? And the parent, this is true. A lot of parents don't know, what's out there and what's available, because you got to remember, we're dealing with senioritis, right? These seniors, just are in their own little world and they don't want to go home and share with their parents, And so I'm just glad that you guys are going to build that partnership and that knowledge of just really sharing with everybody and all the different ways that you guys are doing it, from the counselors to the workshops to the parent things, and just ingraining that. Advertising on TV, that is huge. I'm excited about that because man, we're going to really stand out there in our district, right? So, but not only that, for our kids, and we're going to be a district of choice, because that means, other students are going to want to come here if we have something like that available. So thank you.
Thank you, Martha. Rick, do you have any final comments?
Yes, thank you to every single presenter, everyone that worked on this. It's the best. I mean, just exactly what Adriana and Martha said. I feel accomplished. This is what it's all about. How can we could go and say that we created something, that you guys created something that is going to actually save parents and students money for college if they choose to do this. And yeah, to like I said, it's so great, and so thankful to everyone that worked on this. It's amazing. Thank you.
Thanks, Rick. I guess my final comment says you'd think the board members were going to school and getting a degree, as excited as they are. I really think that CSUMB is the best of our area. And I also think our district is the best of our area, even if I'm a little biased. So I think it's amazing because Dr. Corpus and I were speaking and we were talking about how, yes, you save money, but also you're more likely to finish. And that's what we want, people finishing and getting their degrees and being able to transform their life. And in many cases, end generational, poverty and better outcomes for the families in our area, because they deserve it. Our kids deserve it. And so thank you for this partnership. So right now, the motion is to approve CSUMB dual enrollment early college pathway. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes unanimously.
Thank
you
you.
very much.
Now you can go to media.
Yes, and make it happen by fall 2026, okay? Full classes. Great, we're gonna be moving on to our next item. Everybody's excited. To adopt resolution 2025-26-27, acknowledging February as Career and Technical Education Month. Who will be presenting on that? Yes?
I'm happy to speak on behalf of our CTE program. So as the announcement would suggest, February is indeed CTE month across the nation. As you can read in the board resolution, this is an important part of not just our local community here in North County, but across the country. Ensuring that our students are systematically exposed to an array of meaningful careers that lead to living and sustainable wages is one of the most important duties of a school. And I am excited to bring this resolution to you all in acknowledgement of the importance of CTE as a system, but also in a recognition of the hard work of our CTE instructors here in North County. We have 5 pathways in our high school and 5 instructors that make those things go. And without them, our CTE program would not be what it is today. And so part of this is also showing some appreciation to our fantastic.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Pat. Okay, we're going to start with public comment. Public comment on Zoom? No? Okay, we're going to close public comment and we're going to start with Rick. Do you have any comments for Pat?
Yes, thank you for doing such a good job since you've been here. Very good job. I've seen lots of innovative and improvement. I definitely in support of this resolution and can't wait to see what's wait for what's in store for our district CTE wise. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Martha,
I'm just excited about that because,
Adriana?
I mean, we've already told you, Pat, amazing job that you're doing. And of course, we have to celebrate this. And I think one of the things that it's been really good to see you do is connect all the different parts. It's not just focus on silo things, but actually making a connection on that. Our program is not just our program silo, but it connects to the other parts of our district. So thank you for doing that. I look forward to seeing the continued improvement and continued things that are coming forward. And thank you to our teachers who are in that field. So
Thank you, Adriana. Okay, I'm going
And I
to
move-
invite a motion to adopt a resolution 25, 26, 27, acknowledging February as Career and Technical Education Month. Jinx.
I know, right?
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Pat.
Thank you, board.
We'll be moving on to our next item, which is adopt the proclamation designating the week of March 2nd through 6th as National School Breakfast Week.
And this will be Sandra who's doing this, and she is at home with a sick child, so she's going to be doing this online.
Board.
Hi, Sandra.
Great, you hear me. Hello, board, Dr. Turkey, students and community. Thank you very much for having me tonight. My name is Sandra Ritten, and I'm the Director of Nutrition Services and Wellness. And each year, the School Nutrition Association does indeed select a week in early March for food service departments across the country to celebrate and further promote our breakfast programs. So this year, the theme is the quest for school breakfast. And each year, our nutrition services department wholeheartedly embraces these themes on our elementary school breakfast menus. This is just a moment for us to reinforce the importance of a nutritious breakfast before school. Breakfast provides the strength, focus, and energy students need to conquer each day. Next week, we'll be hosting a rotating pancake breakfast special at our 4 elementary schools, Tuesday through Friday. We'll be making freshly made buttermilk pancakes on our outdoor flat top grill at each school site. So we'll be serving these delicious pancakes on Tuesday, March 3rd at Echo Valley, Wednesday, March 4th at Elkhorn, Thursday, March 5th at Castroville, and Friday, March 6th at Prunedale. For any of our elementary families and students listening, please remember that Nutrition Services serves a free breakfast every day before school starts. So please set your alarms early and be sure to arrive at least 15 minutes before school so that your student can have time to enjoy this pancake breakfast special.
Thank you, Sandra.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm going to invite any public comment. Hi, Eric.
Good evening again. So first I want to highlight the voice in the room here. She does a fantastic job, as do most of our food services team. My son has been in almost weekly communication with the food services team regarding his specific dietary needs, as well as representing other students within our community that have dietary needs that don't always agree with what we can provide to students every day. My son likes to characterize it as the lunchroom roulette, whether he can have lunch or not. So far, we have been on the winning side more than the losing side there, but there are still gains to be made. Most notably, supporting students with dietary needs that aren't specific to, say, like a nut allergy. My son is allergic to dairy, and that has been an incredibly difficult thing to work with within the school district because of the blue zone mandates for having dairy products in most of our meals. We also have a number of immigrant students in our community that either can't go with meat or the way that meat proteins are incorporated in the meals don't fit their dietary needs. We are making great gains in that, and I really do want to highlight the work that our food services team is doing to accommodate our students that have these needs that are sometimes outside the easy checkboxes. You know, if it was just a nut allergy, oh yeah, no peanut butter, that's great. We can work with that. But when it comes to something that is so crucial to our Blue Zones commitments, it's really difficult. And it has been an uphill battle, and I'm glad to see that we are seeing consistent growth year after year, even though you don't have to worry about it next year. So thank you. And I'm glad that we're highlighting the food services team in such a major way. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Brianna, do we have any other? No? Okay, I'm going to close public comment and I'm going to open it up to comments from the board. I'll start with you, Adriana.
No, I mean, Eric said everything that we should be saying. And I agree, as a person that has dietary needs, that sometimes when I ignore, I get my health feels it. We still have room for improvement, and I think we have room for improvement in all of our departments, but this department is doing an amazing job. It's always looking for ways to move and improve and continue to meet our students' needs. And I'm more than happy to say, yes, let's celebrate them. Let's celebrate what they're doing, and hopefully maybe we can come for breakfast.
Yeah, pancakes sound good. So
No,
sure.
those pancakes, blueberry pancakes? No, I was really impressed with the nutrition department for quite some time. You know, they really stepped it up with all these years, you know, from all my kids coming to school and they like couldn't stand the food. They'd always come home and complain, to now I'm hearing, you know, just the creativeness. They're so creative, innovative on the foods and the meals that they're preparing with a lot of love. So I support this.
Thank you, Martha. Rick? Did we?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Sandra. Like Martha said, very, very happy and impressed with the past few years of this department. I don't know if I've told anyone, but I've bragged to my other boards, Community Human Services. They do meals, obviously, for homeless and other addictions and mental health. And I said, I described the kitchen and that we send food to other sites, and the acknowledgement and recognition from other parts of the state and other parts. I brag a lot about the nutrition department to my other board. So very very stoked and definitely happy to support.
Thank you, Rick. Yes, I mean, I'm going to just echo what the rest of the board has said. Our food services team does a wonderful job at every site. And I know under your leadership, Sandra, they are definitely trying innovative dishes of responding to what students need. Even though Eric did point, you know, sometimes it is difficult to address different dietary needs. Hopefully we can continue to grow in that area and be more responsive to students. But overall, wonderful job. And thank you so much for doing a fantastic job for our district. So I invite a motion to adopt the proclamation designating the week of March 2nd to 6th as National School Breakfast Week.
I move.
Okay.
So moved and I second.
Second. Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Hi.
Okay, motion is adopted unanimously. Our next agenda item is to receive the 2025-2026 Mid-Year Local Control and Accountability Plan. Hi, welcome, team.
Not.
Okay.
It's another test.
I was feeling nervous. I was
Not
really
like
anxious. I was feeling really anxious right now.
About quick. I know, but
Very anxious. So it's gonna be.
Thought it was gonna be a quiz.
Yes, learning achievement.
Do my presentation.
Thank
on
you.
this.
But
But I did it. That was good.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Te amo.
When Sonali's can I play on you?
No, we're not playing on the phone.
Breathe. Let's mute, please.
Watch some movies. I wanna watch a.
Aw.
Good thing to be talking about.
So cute. Very cute. They were young.
I wanna watch the movie.
Watch a movie. We want to watch a movie too.
Everyone watch a movie also. Very great. So
Welcome.
the movie we're about to start is called the Midyear LCAP Update. Dear Board President, Trustees, Dr. Turkey, and community, we're really excited here to talk about the Midyear Update. My name is Antonio Garcia, and I am the Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services. And we are here, I'm here gathered with obviously, actually it's a small portion of the Ed Services team, a mighty, very talented team that I'm very proud of to be a part of. And by the end of our presentation today, we hope that everyone walks away with a deeper understanding of what the purpose is of the Midyear LCAP, and that you get a little sense of how we're doing at the midway point of the school year. So the LCAP really is how we say that we are going to meet our mission of ensuring that all students are graduate, college, career, and life ready. It's in the plan. This is how we're saying that we're going to get there. And it is also a requirement by law that we provide that you receive a presentation at the mid-year point to see how we're doing. So looking at the things that are going really well, the things that can be tightened up. And specifically, you're going to hear from some of the metrics that are available right now, because some things we're not going to know till November. We're not going to know till the end of the year. So we're going to highlight behind me with some of the colleagues some specific metrics that we want you to be aware of. You will also see where we feel the implementation level of some of the actions are, and which we'll talk about in a few moments. At the very end, you also have an appendix with some of the expenditures that are connected to all of the actions for your reading pleasure. Okay, with that being said, Ms. McCulloch is going to kick us off with bold.
Hey, good evening. So I get the pleasure of starting off with goal 1, which is rigorous and equitable instruction. So it's instruction, my favorite. So under goal 1, there are 9 different actions. And so some of you'll be seeing metrics tonight around those actions. So it's guaranteed and viable curriculum. We're looking at continuous improvement, professional learning, academic intervention and acceleration, real world applications by literacy, digital literacy, college and career planning, and culturally responsive instruction. So we'll be showing you some updates on that. So I gave you a handout, not a success criteria handout, but on here, and I added another one. You have one side, it has math data, and the other side is reading data. So when we had to submit our presentation for the board, the high school was still finishing up their Math iReady assessment. But when I showed the data to Dr. Turkey, he was like, yeah, showcase it. So that is why you have an additional handout that was not part of the original presentation. So if you turn to the side that is about the reading data slide. So in the reading data slide in iReady, you can see the graph at the bottom is our fall diagnostic, and you can see the graph above it is our mid-year diagnostic. On the table, I provided the table also, which shows the number of students that fall into each category. So in iReady, it tells you how many students are above grade level, on grade level, 1 grade below approaching, 2 grades below, or 3 or more grades below. So you can see in the fall, we had a high number of students 3 or more grades below. So our goal as the district is always to increase the number of students on or above grade level, grow those approaching to get them over to grade level by the end of the year, and decrease the number of students 2 to 3 years below. So I wanted to highlight just some statistics. If you look from the beginning diagnostic in the fall to the mid-year, we had 108% increase in the number of students above grade level and 94% increase on the students on grade level. We had a negative decrease of students that were reading in the red 3 or more. And that is our goal. And so how did this work happen? This work happened because of the dedication of the site teachers, the MTSS TOSAs, the MTSS classified assistants, and our site administrators. So if you remember that diagram with all the arrows of how the assistants would be working in the classroom, our teams are making that happen. So this is our year 1. We're just learning, we're getting it, but you can see at every single school site, that work have happened with the admin team working with the TOSAs to train our MTSS assistants. During small group early literacy intervention in the classroom, the teachers are taking a group, the MTS assistants are taking a group. We heard Echo Valley mention it in their presentation tonight, and we are seeing an impact. And our goal is to get by 3rd grade, even before 3rd grade, students reading on grade level, because we know literacy is huge and is such an indicator for affecting everything academic-wise after that. If you flip it to the other side, you'll see math. So I was curious to see in math how we were doing in math as well in iReady. So in math, we started off with an even greater number of students in the red in the fall, reading being far below in mathematics. But you will see also, if you look at, we had a huge increase in math as well as in reading. So the interventions that are happening in the elementary, middle school, and high school. Elementary is doing more targeted small groups with the math and the iReady individualized practice as well. And Carol is also working on and adding it to our after school program. Middle school has been focusing on doing it in their advisory classes. So they have academic time at least twice a week. And high school has worked together with their teams to do 1 day a week where they focus on closing some of the skill gaps. So we're seeing our students are growing and we're seeing more students on grade level or nearing grade level, and we're closing that gap that we saw at the beginning of the year. I also wanted to just highlight, I thought this was just cool data. Sometimes I just nerd out on data. So the CASP that they gave, this was new last year, and they actually started showing growth data. So one thing that's always bothered me as an educator about the CASP is when I was a teacher, I would see my 6th grade students this year, and the next year they would compare the 6th grade to what I had the year before, but they're totally different students with totally different strengths and totally different needs. So the CASP also started saying, okay, can we compare apples to apples? Can we look at the same student that's in 6th grade and look at their test in 7th grade? And can we see, did this student grow? So this is a new metric that just came out, and it just came out after we did our presentation that Antonio and I did for you. So I wanted to show it because I just think it's really interesting to see when I'm looking at individual students and comparing them student to student, am I seeing that increase? That means we are doing our work, we are supporting our students and helping them grow. So I just thought that you see 71% of our students grew in ELA, 61% in math. So the data is showing that our students are growing. The work we are doing is having an impact, and we want to continue to grow more and more. So our students are growing and achieving and ready for that college and career. And I will turn it over to Sandra.
Good evening, board members. I'm really excited to be here to share where we are at with our biliteracy enrollment, or even our plans for biliteracy. So some of the slides that I'll be sharing, you have already seen them possibly in other presentations because they have been highlighted when our sites are doing their presentation. But on this one, what you will see is our numbers in our TK through 5th grade of number of students who are in our biliteracy pathway. You will see that the yellow is highlighted for 5th grade because we added that grade level this year. And so you'll see we have the 96 students in that grade level. Another area that I'd like to highlight is you'll see the 8th grade there. The reason that is highlighted is because we are now offering Spanish 1 and Spanish language arts 1 at our middle school for our 8th grade students. So that is also, part of our biliteracy pathway, is we do offer the Spanish courses in our middle school and our high school. The pictures there that you see is our biliteracy staff. We have had professional development for our teachers this year. And so it's the 4 elementary schools, and then the one with Mr. Mendicuti and Ms. Marquez, those are our Spanish teachers, because we did adopt a new Spanish curriculum. And so we have been providing professional development for them. This slide I know has been shown many times. This is the slide that shows our data around the SILA biliteracy. We are super proud of this data. As you can see, when we first started, where our numbers were, and then if you see throughout the years where our numbers have the growth we have had. I did check in with Ms. Tostado, who is kind of the supporting this area with Ms. Newman, also at our high school, supporting with this. And she said, I asked her for her numbers. She is expecting that we have higher numbers at the end of this school year. We are expecting hopefully 122 students who would be receiving the seal. We already have, what did she tell me? 67 who are recipients, meaning they have already met all the criteria for the seal. And then we have 55 who are candidates, which means that they are waiting for either to take the STAMP assessment, the AP Spanish assessment, or GPA kind of. So her expectation is that we would have about 122 seniors. So when looking at it, that would be about 30% of our kiddos that would be leaving, graduating with the field, which is exciting news. Okay. And then the next person is
And I'm back. So one of the requirements for the mid-year presentation is to give you our implementation status. So if the state does not tell you what to use, we can create our own. So this is what we came up with. To know whether any actions have not started, which ones are developing. That means we got some good things in place, or they're partially implemented. We're maybe in the earlier stages, but there's still more room for improvement when we're saying something's developing. And many things are still developing. We're a year and a half, we're the halfway point of the 3-year LCAP, right? When you see something that's sustained, we feel that it's just gone a bit further with development. Things are much more sustained, more training, more professional development has been provided. Or we can go walk on multiple campuses and see some similar actions being done. So that's how we differentiated the different levels. So you're going to see this for goals 1, 2, 3, and 4. So for goal 1, you can see here that this is our reflection at the mid-year point of this year. And so in green, again, these are things that are going well. They've already started. We put a year and a half of work into it, and we feel really good. And yet there's still some places that we can still tighten up in. On the right-hand side, we saw Echo Valley, for example, highlight, and more than one time we highlighted today. Kim talked about it as well. The continuous improvement work that we're doing with our tier 1 networks, that work is going deep. We see replication, we see follow-up, we see appropriate professional development that our teachers have received. And so we would put it more on the sustain. It doesn't mean it's perfect. It doesn't mean we've arrived or that we completed it. It just has more development to it. So you're going to see that analysis as we go through all the goals. And up next is goal 2.
Good evening, Board Superintendent and Community. I'm Katie Turner, the Director of Student Support and Family Services. And Kim was nerding out about goal 1. I'm going to nerd out about goal 2. So this goal is focused on student engagement and connectedness, and it also is aligned to the focus goals there at the bottom. Here are the activities that are aligned with goal 2. So improve social emotional learning, positive behavior intervention and support and restorative justice practices, create clean, welcoming, and well-maintained physical spaces, expand and strengthen student engagement opportunities, physically safe and welcoming learning environment, expanded learning opportunities, and improve attendance and reduce chronic absenteeism. We are just going over some of the metrics that are available, not metrics for all of those. So we're starting off with behavioral data. The reason for that is our social emotional screener and our California Healthy Kids Survey are currently being, they're undergoing, I guess. I'm sorry, I'm tired. So this is the data that's available to us. So on the left side, you can see our suspension data from 23, 24, 24, 25, 25, 26 for all students. We're currently at a 2% suspension rate for all of our students. And then on the right side, you can see the difference between our suspension percentage for students and other means of correction when our students engage in a major behavioral incident, which is a violation of Ed Code. You can see that our administrators are trying different practices other than suspension and also engaging in suspension at that rate. Some things that we are focused on are implementing restorative practices. You've received a middle school presentation where they really took reins over the student ambassador program and our partners for restorative practices. They also are working with a partner at the high school for restorative justice implementation. And I just wanted to focus on the middle graph there, which is very small, but that's showing our implementation of our social emotional learning curriculum in grades K through 8. So you can see that we started with very little implementation, and the far graph is where we are in January. So you can see that we will surpass our implementation across all of our schools. And that is a focus of our tier 1 network, is implementing our explicit social emotional learning instruction. I did want to include that there is some great collaboration. So one of those is the early learning team joined us at the PBIS conference. And they also do second step, but they've layered on a support called Kimochis that is tailored to early learning. And it was really neat to see them take something from that conference and implement it, and then also layer it on. And then also our expanded learning supports with implementing second step at some of our sites as well. And then just something we're really excited about is we have stencils for the playgrounds. Another focus of the tier 1 network for the elementary schools was creating structured play and environment. just structured play outside to reduce behavioral incidences. And so we're starting walkthroughs with the admin, and we'll come to the school sites during spring break and paint those on. So I think I'll pass it to Carol.
Buenas tardes a todos. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, President Ruiz, Superintendent Turkey, members of the board and community. I'm Carol Ortiz, Director of Expanded Learning. I'm very proud to be a member of the district attendance team, along with Katie and Sophie DeGroot, who's a Director of Program Evaluations. Together, we partner with the school sites, representatives, administration, and office staff to discuss our attendance data. This is just a snapshot of where we are currently with our attendance goals with regards to LCAP. We are at 90, the goal is 95% for average daily attendance, and very, very lofty goal of 5% for chronic absenteeism. We are moving in that direction. We will get there eventually, but it's just great working with the team to be able to focus specifically on a very important subject. We need to have our students in school in order to provide them with all the great resources that we have. Some of the things that we're doing with regards to attendance specifically to address those attendance goals that are in the LCAP are that we have implemented talking points across all of our sites in the district, everyday labs as well, in order to track student attendance, gather student data on an immediate basis, and support the sites with sending out truancy letters. We've also implemented short-term independent studies that Sophie DeGroot has been pushing for years to get it implemented. And it has, thanks to the partnership again with Sophie and Katie, we have implemented short-term independent studies this school year. And we've also implemented Saturday Academy for attendance recovery across the state. Expanded Learning has been added to a partner to support with attendance recovery, especially Saturday Academy. So I've been very happy to partner with Katie and Sophie to be able to implement these attendance strategies to move forward with getting our kids in school. Specifically with Goal 2 implementation, where we are sustained with Expanded Learning, we're very fortunate to have state funding and state support in order to keep our programs going, and the sustainability is there. We are still developing with regards to some of our social emotional practices. As Dr. Turkey mentioned earlier, clean and well-maintained physical spaces are critical for our students to be happy and feel comfortable at school. So we're still moving forward in those areas. And as I mentioned previously, focusing on attendance and reducing chronic absenteeism is a super important piece of the work that we're doing together as a team. And we look forward to meeting those attendance goals that we have.
Good evening, board and superintendent and community. My name is Christina Torres, and I'm the director of early learning. I'm here to present goal number 3, which is family and community engagement and connectedness.
There it is.
So goal number 3 overview is providing reliable, safe transportation to and from school, family engagement opportunities, communication, parent guardian workshop, adult education, early learning, customer service, and improved trust between families, community, school, district, and the board. So one of the metrics for early learning is our enrollment. So this graph here that you see is our early education programs and how our enrollment looks. And I am very proud to say that our programs are near capacity across the district. If you see here, we have 10 preschools. And what I'm really proud about our district's preschools is that we run a 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. year-round program. So early learning is always on, you know, no summers when everyone's saying, hi, how was your summer? Oh no, we're always on. So we're helping a lot of families who have jobs and to keep their job. And so if you see here, Castroville, our preschool, they're all full. Super days is our 6 to 6. Any full days are 7:30 to 4s, and then we have AM and PMs. This also helps families who have needs with our extended learnings, and then it also helps the families who are home but just want their kids to get social and enjoy preschool settings. our Prunedale preschools, as you can see, we have a combo class at school. Our parent co-op is a very special program. That's where parents volunteer in the preschool. It's part of it, and it's amazing. It's an amazing program. And then all of them are. And then Elkhorn, as you can see, is doing really well. I have to say we have an inclusion program, which is also amazing. That is, if you see the star, it says Gen Ed is full. So what that is 8 of our, in both AM and PM, 8 are Gen Eds, and then the 7s are saved for our special needs students. We have an infant and toddler center at Central Bay. If you guys didn't know about that. You didn't know about that? Yeah. And currently we can only go to 7 capacity just due to staffing, but we could go up to 12. And that is one of our big goals. One of our teachers is on maternity leave. So when she comes back, we'll be up to 12. And then some of our family programs, a lot of people don't know we do this, but we have 3 home visitors that go into homes of families who are prenatal. So I always say when I hear that we start at infancy, I always say, no, our district starts prenatally. So we go in with families who have prenatal, and then they go to age 3, and then they go into our preschool programs. And they go into their homes twice a month, and they teach the parents things about parenting. Like, what is your 6-month-old supposed to be doing right now? What are some activities you can do with them? And then very much help them with resources. A very exciting thing is I had my PAT teacher tell me that one of her families had a baby today, and she got to go and be there. And, you know, it was just, and then I got a picture. It's just a beautiful thing that our district is doing. If you didn't know, we're doing that. And then we have playgroup, which is another amazing thing for families to come to. Everything it's free. So they come in, and there's educators here that are, the parents stay with their children ages 0 to 3, and they play in an environment at the Family Resource Center. Another early learning metric is it was how many of the early learning families know how to access services. And so we do an end of the year survey where I'm very happy with our early learning parent participation. Our parents are so amazing. We got 133 of our surveys back, and 81% said they do know how to access services. So I think that's wonderful. And I also wanted to put in there that 100% of those 133 families said that they feel satisfied in our early learning programs. They feel safe, their individual needs are met, and they love the interactions. I 100%, that's amazing. And then I just quoted some of the things some of the parents said that really stood out. This is a very welcoming and loving environment. I feel safe leaving my child because the teachers are very kind and loving. This program has helped my daughter to be more social and has helped my husband and I to do our job.
Okay, so I'm here to share some additional data around family metrics. So on the left is data from the California Healthy Kids Survey. It is old data, but it's not something we've ever shared before. And I just discovered how to get these data off the website, so I was excited to share with you. So on the left there, you can see the percentage of parents who reported strongly agreeing, so not the agreeing, just strongly agreeing with feeling welcome to participate. And in our district, we've taken a survey year after year. So from 2017 at 30%, we've moved up to 45% in 2025. And then on the right side, that's the percentage of parents or family members reporting strongly agree for promotion of parental involvement. We've moved from 27 to 40% from 2017 to 2025. Then I just wanted to share our LCAP survey data. So these are data. I also want to tell you how many families there were that completed these. We had 872 families on the left there complete in 2025, the California Healthy Kids Survey. On the right, we had 282 families complete the LCAP survey this last spring round. So there on the top, you can see the percentage of families that are saying their schools provide meaningful workshops in a manner that all families, including multilingual families, can support. And I think it's 86.9% total for agree and strongly agree. And then on the bottom, it's a total of 94.5% of families that are reporting agreeing or strongly agreeing that our schools provide opportunities for families to engage in schools in formal and informal ways. And then just some things that we're focused on this year. One of the big ones is Talking Points, our two-way communication system that operates on text messages. It was a bumpy start and we got it going. And a lot of folks mentioned that in our LCAP survey. Varied opportunities at the site and district level. Indigenous language interpretation. This is the first year that we have a solid budget for NMCUSD translation interpretation. Community partners and systematizing that work, like with positive discipline. It's ran at every layer this year of grade levels. And then district-wide annual events and committees like that you all have committees, and then also systematizing the opportunities for families so families know what to expect year after year. And then just some things we're continuing to work on. These are things, right? I know I've been talking for a long time, but I had a fun time doing this, and I also think it's bad for the environment, but I used ChatGPT. So I took the LCAP survey results from students, family, and staff, and I put them in ChatGPT because I wanted to see what do they all say we need to do better around families. And so these are the key themes. Students are reporting that they're not aware of the supports for their families. That's something we need to work on. A variety of opportunities for families to engage. So really focusing on the families that are reporting that they disagree or they strongly disagree and why that is. And then just competing and overlapping opportunities. So too many things. I think we kind of went from not much to like a lot. Sorry.
Good evening. My name is Jose Yanez, and I'm the special program coordinator for the district. So as you can see, this is the data reflecting adult education. You can see that our program has demonstrated measurable growth from last year. A significant contributing factor has to do with the fact that last year my office was located at Central Bay. That was not a very good location. Now I'm at the Family Resource Center, so students have better access to me. Visibility and accessibility have proven to be a key component to this growth. Additionally, our new and improved classroom environment has played an important role in student achievement. The upgraded space provides a more structured and professional learning setting, helping students to feel that they are part of a true academic environment. Before, we were scrambling to find a space for the classes, and now we actually have a room that looks like an actual class, and students are loving it. So the sense of belonging and legitimacy has positively influenced motivation, attendance, and overall engagement. Also, our collaboration with the Salinas Valley Adult Education Consortium has been instrumental in our continued growth. Through our consortium supported professional development opportunities, our staff has strengthened instructional practices and aligned services more effectively. This partnership has also supported with our outreach. Another key improvement this year was having our teachers begin a week before the start of classes. So this time around, they had more opportunity to plan for the full year, and we saw that this helped a lot. Currently, we have 170 students enrolled across our ESL, high school diploma, GED, citizenship, and computer literacy courses. And to date, we have 6 students that have met their high school diploma graduation requirements. We have 12 students that have successfully now become U.S. citizens, and we have 3 more that have their appointments set already. Several students are nearing the completion of their G requirements, and I'm really proud of them because a lot of our GED students came to us with a 4th to 6th grade education from Mexico. So even though in the beginning there was a struggle for them, they've really improved, and I'm really proud of them. So beyond these measurable outcomes, we also have seen meaningful individual growth. Students have advanced through our ESL proficiency level, and individuals who in the beginning had little to no computer knowledge, they're now able to send email and also navigate essential technological skills. So they've been using my email as practice. I get text messages from the teacher like heads up. You're going to be receiving email, but now they are able to do it. Before they couldn't. So for both three, two of the identified actions have reached a sustained level of implementation. The remaining actions continue to be in the developmental phase with steady and measurable progress being made toward full implementation. And like Antonio said, it's not that it's not working, it is, but there's room for improvement. And yeah, I'll pass it on to the next person.
Okay, our last LCAP goal for tonight is staff engagement and connectedness, which is LCAP goal 4. So for LCAP goal 4, the focus is on staff recruitment, retention, improving trust, and increasing joy at work.
And the data points that we're going to focus on is what we just did, which is the staff survey, the LCAP survey. And you can, it's tiny numbers, but you can see that we had 269 responses, which we're really proud. For anyone who geeks out on data, that's valid data for sure. It's also 3 times more number of staff that did the survey compared to last year to this year. So the data is just stronger and richer because the staff really want to contribute with letting us know how things are going. And here's what they're saying, right? So on the left-hand side, you see our ability to do high quality, to recruit high quality staff. On the right-hand side is retaining the high quality staff that we have, right? So as you can see here, we're moving in the right direction. In the parentheses below is what it is the increase compared to last year. So this year we're at 56% that agree or strongly agree that we're improving on recruitment. And as you can see, they're nearly 60% for retention, but they're both improvements from the year before. For the next 2 action items that we have, this is on your left-hand side. This one's got to do with the trust. Do they feel that we are improving the trust from one another, teacher to admin to district office, board members, right, with the community? So this is overall, what is the sense of trust in our community? And we're at about 60%, right, that strongly agree and disagree. Strongly agree and agree. And it's almost a 10% increase from the year before. So again, the improvement is there. It's not where we want to be. Again, we're being honest that this is not, 60% is not high enough. But when you're seeing that it's a 10% increase, it's moving in the right direction. And like the same way with joy. Now, joy can be difficult to catch. It can be fleeting, but still very valuable. I think all of us would agree. So I'm proud that we put it on there. And yet it is a challenge to figure out how you're going to measure joy. Are y'all feeling joyful right now?
Oh,
I'm sure you are. And nonetheless, though, it has increased by 6%. So there is improvements, even though they're not where we want them to be. So here, in terms of the sustaining efforts that we have, I really want to give kudos to Curtis and the entire HR team because of the systems that they've improved. It is moving to a stronger place. A piece of that evidence as we started the school year this year with very little or no vacancies, like very little to like none, if you recall, at the beginning of the year. While the year before that, we were still scrambling and it was a lot harder to find staff to start off the year. And that's a big deal when the student can start with a prepared educator in front of you. So we're moving in the right direction. We still have areas to improve when it comes to trust and joy, because joy is important. Things to look ahead. We are going to continue to gather more input. As a matter of fact, I have scheduled time with Kelly Moore, president with our teacher union, and reaching out to Ramona. So we have some one-on-one quality time to get the perspective from our union leaders. Same thing with SELPA. On Tuesday, we had a beautiful LCAP advisory committee meeting, which was a lot of fun for those who were able to come. And we have our final one on the 28th. We encourage anyone to come join us for our final one. And then we will be back in June to do the formal annual update. And that you do approve today, you're receiving our presentation. The last thing I'm going to say with these kudos here is that, yes, we have a lot to improve on, but the things that we're doing right is because of the staff that we have. I mean, amazing principals, amazing teachers, classified staff, and the leadership behind me. This is really some of the best administrators in the entire state and beyond. I kid you not. So we have a lot of talent, and that concludes our presentation.
Thank you so much. We're going to start with public comment. Do we have any public comment? Welcome, Eric.
I know you guys are getting tired of seeing me.
Never.
All right, so
never.
I've got a few a few things. First, thank you for the presentation, guys. Fantastic. I'm not a strong data nerd, at least in mathematics or in number points, but I do nerd out over language. So with that in mind, the major feedback that I want to point out is looking at the iReady data. I stood at this podium, it's been about a year now, asking you guys to please approve the iReady program because I could see already that seeing the consistency in data is important. And looking at these numbers, we are doing something right. And that is fantastic. As a parent of 2 children in the district, it is massive for me to know that my kids are receiving a quality education, especially seeing year after year where we were compared to where we are now. Data like this really proves that we are doing the right things. With that in mind, Goal 1, Section 6 was for the biliteracy. I've spoken before about how I truly believe that our biliteracy needs to have a commitment to start sooner. Even in 8th grade, my daughter took the Spanish language exam at the middle school today as a 7th grader to see if she qualifies for placement into our 8th grade program. She was dreading it because her Spanish is worse than mine somehow, even though she spent more time speaking it. We really do need to push further into the elementary schools if we really want to have a strong commitment to biliteracy. Language acquisition should not be at the end of a school career. We do need to start sooner because right now it feels like our biliteracy pathway is really kind of grabbing at the kids who are already biliterate or approaching biliterate due to home language. I'd like to see that targeting kids like mine. Or like I was. I would have loved to have graduated biliterate or at least bilingual. Section 2, I can guarantee you that the letters are hitting the truancy letters as well as attendance data letters are hitting the mailbox. My son may have incurred a few of those. Also, your Saturday Academy, it works. Martha and I saw students at our parent summit who were serving their time, making up for some of for some of their missed absences. Really, what stands out more than anything to me is actually in the LCAP 3 data, that the graph showing responses from us, the parents, really illustrates where we were even just a few years ago. The fact that consistently we were dropping in our community, and now we're buying that trust back. I'll have a post up later with the rest of my observations, but thank you.
Thank you, Eric. That was very fun. Do we have any public comment on Zoom? No? Okay. I'm closing public comment and then we're going to move on to any comments from our board members. I'm going to start with you, Rick.
Just thank you for the presentation. I appreciate all the work. We have some great staff that works on it and facilitates meetings and gets all the data for us. And I appreciate you very, very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Adriana?
I have a couple questions. How many families do we have in our district? Do we know?
I mean, we know how many students we have.
Please don't, I'm working the Zoom.
Right, because we know our number of students, but we also know who they're tied to as a parent or a guardian, right?
We can look at.
We do know, right?
Yeah, I don't know. But I have looked at them.
And then my other question, while you look that up, what percentage of our parents speak any other language that is not English or Spanish? What household?
Right, but I think this is a graph or some people. All of them.
The reason why I'm asking is because it was concerning, in all honesty, for me to hear that for the first year we have budget for indigenous language, which if we do have parents or families who that's their language, aren't we required to have that as part of the services that we provide?
We should, whether we're required or not, we're only required if the percentage of student population speaking that language is over a certain percentage. That's the requirement. I believe it's like 15%. But I mean, it's something which we should do. Absolutely.
So can I find out what percentage of our students actually their language is other than Spanish or English in their household? And then what was the, I just wrote the number, but I didn't catch was it for the early 872 responses? Who LCAP survey? What was
The checks data. Check data was 800 plus respondents for the check survey data.
for
California Healthy Kids.
that came from students or came from families?
That was a spam.
Families in our district. So we might have more than 872
We
families.
definitely have them.
I'm just excited because it's good for us to hear these numbers, but it's good for us to compare to the total of actually families that we have, right? To determine like what is our growth and where is and what are we doing great? Because that's a high number. I agree that like that's a really high number of responses. I'm excited to see all those responses. I'm really excited to see our seal by literacy as an employer. I look for students who or employees who say that they're bilingual, biliteracy is a thing, right? So I look at that and then I'm like, how can you prove that you're bilingual? And if they have a seal in their high school diploma, that's a perfect way to actually say you meet the requirement of bilingual to be hired. And I know I'm not the only employer that's doing that currently, because I do talk to other employers. And so I'm really happy to see that our numbers continue to grow and grow because that's the way to go. I feel like it takes a lot to know two languages as an English learner myself, still learning. And then just hearing all the early learning and engagement and all the programs and the play groups are still at the FRC. What? Okay. Awesome. I should go visit those because those were amazing. And I know that it's really helpful for parents and it's a great way for parents to actually learn and in a way that they can engage with their babies or with their and I'm excited about that we have an infant. I know about that one and I've been wanting to go if I could volunteer with the infant program because those are super cute. I mean, I see our growth. I see we're heading there, but like you all mentioned, I think we still have a lot to do and a lot to go and a lot to grow. And I am just really excited that we are heading the right direction and that we're looking at ways to continue to improve and ways to continue to see where are we missing and how can we make sure that we are hitting all the different points. I think one of my concerns was that I heard that we are good with 3.1 transporting our students. But here we have some public comments talking about transportation. And I think that it's not just in this meeting that I've heard issues with our transportation. I've heard a lot of things about our students not having adequate transportation. So we should maybe look at, are we actually needing it or is it sustained? Or are we developing and needing to get to that point? Because transportation we are in a rural community. That's key to get into school, making sure that you don't go to Saturday school, and making sure that we are addressing the needs of our students, right? We have also a lot of working families, working parents who are leaving home early in the morning, 6 a.m., coming home at 7 p.m. So transportation for their students to get to the proper places is key for succeeding academically. You can't and again, I continue to hear transportation as a major issue, so we should really take a look if it's actually sustained and in that level, or is it developing and we're going to move to sustain. And the rest is I'm really excited to see all this stuff. I'm really excited that we're going forward instead of backwards. So thank you all, and thank you for all our staff. Without all of our staff, like one of you mentioned, without all of our staff and our teams and everyone, we couldn't really move forward. And also with acknowledging that we still have room, and instead of feeling angry at each other and feeling upset and just giving up, hey, like, let's have these conversations. Let's figure out how to improve, how to get together, and yes, be frustrated, but frustrated at a system and change the system and move forward together to continue to the improvement and not backwards for our district.
Thank you. Well, you said a lot. I think you covered a lot. But anyway, the iReady one, obviously, seeing the comparisons like our guest here, Eric, was talking about, is what we've been wanting to see, right? So this iReady, you guys did a great job on the presentation, and I really like the format, by the way. The way you guys are really covering all these different areas and the way you guys rolled it out was easy to read. So a lot of great progress. Obviously, there's room for improvement like always, right? But the main thing is we're moving the needle in the right direction. And then the other thing is the Saturday Academy. I couldn't think about how back in the days, we just called it Saturday School. But the Academy, it just sounds so much better, right?
Marketing,
So
good marketing.
it's definitely a need. I'm just really glad that it's there because we need it. We do need it. And I'm sure that, this is really going to help with providing those extra resources for our families and students to be able to move forward. But the other thing is the early learning programs. I learned some things there that I didn't even know that you guys had. Like the part where they're going home, they're going to the houses. I didn't even know that we did that. I didn't know that we had staff that are going to the early, like we're talking 0 to 3. So they're going to their homes. Did I see 24 families? It said 24/24, but I didn't know Oh, 44. Okay. Okay.
And with the 3 staff members have, they have 44. So.
So that's what it was. Okay.
44 at 44. And we're still, we don't have any.
I remember going to your grand opening, the new facility there in Castroville. It's beautiful, and I could see that why you have, they're full. Because not only the needs there, but you provide a really good environment, the co-op and just all those opportunities for parents to be able to engage. And so, this is the need, and it's a big need and it's very expensive for daycare. And, our families around this area, especially in the agriculture, they need to work. So I'm really glad to see that. I knew about the infant program was strong and going, but I didn't know about all these other programs. So thank you for sharing that. And, the survey, I know you guys talked about areas to improve on the joy, right? But it's, I'd like to see, you're right. How do you define that? How do you, so maybe exploring other ways they can answer what does joy mean to you? Does that mean more recognition? Does that mean more, profession, more unity and collaboration? Does that mean? Yeah, well, parties, period, social event. What does that joy mean? Because I saw there was, a big piece of that word. I don't understand what that means. So maybe defining that a little bit better. Because the culture is important, right? The culture and the morale and yeah, people want to get up and go to work. They want to be, because if they're happy to come to work, then our kids are going to be happy. Then they're going to get the best service, right? So again, it just trickles on down. So I'd be just curious to see if maybe there's a better way to explore that question. But other than that, I think, the survey, the amount of people that are like, I saw 80% are happy. I think that was not joy, but what was the other question? Yeah. Was the parent involvement or satisfied or something like that? No, it was trust. It was trust.
Yeah, there was 60. It was 60, but it was a 10% increase.
Okay, well, thank you for defining that percentage.
Yes.
I just saw that it did,
Yeah, 2 learning criteria. I think I have to.
So glad she wrote all that down.
No, you didn't, but I'm.
Anyways, great job, you guys did a great job, and thank you for all you do.
Yeah, I have to say I'm very impressed. What a team, Matt.
I
What a
know.
Team. I was very impressed by each of you knowing your area and
Yep.
really I could feel your joy. I could feel your passion for what you're doing. And then one thing that it made me think is that, you know, when you have a good team, you can learn from each other. Like I love, Kim, when you said, well, Carol's going to start adding more, you know, educational enrichment to the after school programs, right? And maybe we can target more students that are falling behind when it comes to reading or math. Also, you know, the Saturday Academy and wrote it down. Short-term independent study, you know, branding it as something fun rather than doing time. I thought that was pretty darn adorable. But your passion's showing, your expertise is showing, and I'm very impressed. Thank you so much for your presentation. It was, I think it was amazing. Yeah.
And I'd just like to also just to say thank you in terms of your expertise, professionalism, and everything which you bring. It really is pretty fantastic. I'm going to echo Antonio's words, right? Some of the best in the state and beyond. So thank you.
Chair, I think they have the numbers. Can they give us the numbers publicly of what the questions that I asked?
Please come up to the mic if you don't mind.
I'm excited about the data. We tried to pool the families, and so we will have it. Because Stephanie was amazing, and she will pull the data for the families. I'm sorry, Stephanie, if you're listening. But the languages. So let me make sure I pull it correctly. These are the home languages in our student information system where these data are pulled from. So it's try and point the right thing here. Primary language. So we had 4.92% who speak Mixteco. Yeah. I'm gonna make sure I'm pulling the right years because I have 2 years on here. 44.46% said Spanish. So this is when they're filling out the enrollment form. Wait, 14% Arabic. And then the rest are all below 0.2%. 0.02%, sorry. Trying to find if there's any others that we would. 0.02% is also for Zapotec. And then 0.11%. That's Mixteco, yeah. 0.07% for the Philippines. Yeah, so it's Mixteco, Arabic, and Spanish are priority languages. And we can also see those data on talking points too of how they sign up for what language that they sign up for. Mixteco is not an option on talking points, so we can't do that from there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So I don't think we need to vote on receiving. So consider this received. Thank you. Thank you all so very much. Okay, our next agenda item is board requests for information and or possible agenda items. I'm going to start with Rick.
Just that the past agenda items that all of us have mentioned to be actually on the agenda. This one today seemed kind of light. The ones in January seem kind of light. So just curious when that's going to happen, like we all have been asking. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rick. I think we'll go through our list, Matt, and then we can give Rick an estimate of the outstanding agenda items.
Yeah.
Okay. Adriana, do you have any board requests for information or possible agenda items?
Yeah, so I guess now I'm really curious about the demographics of our district. I think it would be great that if you're collecting information and data about our families and about our students and district, I think it would be good for us as board members to hear it and the public to hear it. Like, for example, how many live in Moss Landing, how many live in the different areas, so we can see what our true district demographic looks like. So that when we make choices and we make decisions, we actually take into consideration what our district is composed of when we're doing that. And I think it would be really good to have some sort of presentation, since it looks like they can pull out information and data really quick. So I would love to have a presentation on that.
Okay, so demographics, understanding the makeup of our families. Yeah. So languages, where they live. Okay.
Anything that would be useful for us to be able to make more informed decisions on how to best serve our families.
Okay, anything else?
Not that I can think of.
Okay.
If you need
So
more, I
we'll
can
be
think of
doing this
some.
again. We'll be doing this again.
No, I have none.
No, okay, and then for me, okay. So now it brings us to adjournment. Do we vote on this one? I can't remember.
I think you get a motion to adjourn.
Okay,
I motion to adjourn.
okay. Is there a second?
Aye.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay, meeting is adjourned at 9:04 PM. Okay.